Same people, same places, same parties. Am I just a ghost at night? Too many street lights in this city. I'm missing our ocean side. I've been running, but I can't escape the feeling that I've been away for far too long. There's something about our love that brings me peace of mind. Something special about the way our lives are intertwined. There's something about you that just leaves me mystified. Something pulling me to your heart, and I always want you by my side. Keep your body next to mine. same, a moment frozen in time. Wish I could read.
I remembered to close Adobe Audition before starting stream and forgot to turn it back on after.
I could run, but I know I can't escape the feeling.
Okay, fingers crossed that the lighting behind me isn't too bright.
From you for
I'm gonna lower this music. Hide you so that I can see myself. There we go. Well, I say myself, I mean my audio. Because audio is weird. We should be able to do this. Yes, fingers crossed. I have not changed anything since last time. But I can tell. Here's my audio, right? I can tell when it goes out of sync. So hopefully, when it does, I'll just restart Audition. Because I currently do not have a good solution for all my audio problems. I just don't. There are too many problems and not enough solutions. I also learned today that my my first track during the starting screen is a little too generic, a little too basic, so I think from now on I might change the first song, but still have that song as my second. Because the rest of these can be played behind the scenes, and it's not a big deal. And then my goal is to eventually have an overlay here that actually says what song I'm streaming. But I don't think I installed that plugin yet. That's understandable. I took the week off work because I needed a break from work. But this does not count as work to me, so... this is very chill stuff. So enjoy work. So... there are a few different things that I wanted to take a look at. The first is... I have this control zoom branch for OBS browser that I haven't actually merged in, and I will show you why in a second. So let's launch this. Alright, Facebook still thinks I'm playing a game. Let me quickly fix that. I don't care about polls. No, it's not gaming. Okay, and do I have to hit save? No, that's end. I don't know if that counts as it being saved. Oh, I can remove the module. Fingers crossed. Oh, it got very bright, didn't it? I was hoping it wouldn't. Alright, let's change this. That helps, right? No. If stuff worked day one, we wouldn't be streaming, right? It wouldn't be a stream if stuff worked. Right up. Okay. Cool. Okay, Facebook no longer thinks I'm playing a game. Excellent. Alright, well, let's launch OBS here. I made myself tea. I feel crooked. I don't like this. Alright. It's good enough. We'll handle it. So I've been playing around with a few different PRs that I kind of have sitting in my collection of stuff I'd like to work on. But unfortunately, I'm just not very good at getting stuff to work the way it's supposed to. Because essentially... I'm going to lower this music a little bit more. Essentially, the stuff that I feel I can fix turns out to be stuff I don't have the ability to fix. The technical ability, really. So, essentially, I currently have 12 open PRs. 1, 2, 3, 4 of which are currently drafts. I might actually scrap this loading Python module 1 on Unix one, because it doesn't actually solve the problem. Closing as this doesn't properly solve the issue. And I don't know it well enough to fix it properly. There. No point in leaving it open if... Thank you! I think it's a shader script. I don't even remember how I set it up. Maybe. Otherwise, there are a few good scripts for that now. And plugins and stuff. Okay. So, let's open a... What docs do we have? Sure, controls via web sound. Controls via web. Go over here. Essentially, I have a thing that can zoom in and out. But currently, it's by not enough. So, a couple things I want to check is when we zoom in, it's by 10% on zoom. No, wait. Okay, it goes 10, 25, 50, 75, 100. We're going down 90, 80, 75, 67. Do you think those zoom levels are predefined in the browser? Firefox updated and... Cool. Yeah, that's updated. 10, 20, 33, 50, 70. So I'm thinking... Because currently I think that's by 15%? Yeah, up and down 15%. I don't know whether I should bump that to like 20%? Because the other thing is you can't reset the zoom level. Or at least it's not obvious that you can. Control down. And if 189, 187, 106. I don't remember what 106 was. Control star resets it. Okay. Oh, and even better, it doesn't work with the number pad. Okay. Well, we should fix that first. So if we go pcode.info, theoretically, that zoom level 106. Cool. Okay. So we're currently using 189 and 187. We also need 109 and 107. Cool. And this one's browser panel client. Every single time I stream, I forget that it's called screencast mode. Oy. Okay, and this is line 289. Cool. I want to say that's how it's set up. Let's go. Minus 189, 106. 189, 106. Alright, one. Cool. Okay, I was right. Sweet. I love it when I'm right. Let's close here. I also want to potentially fix reload not working on macOS in panel. I have not tested that, but because this says Windows key code, I have a feeling this doesn't handle, if on Windows. So we might, you know what, that's what we'll do first. We'll get the hotkey reload working on Linux and then macOS, because we can do that. I don't know. Let's just verify that my changes here worked. Apparently not. You expected them to file. Oh, what was it? 289. Hotkey edit. I didn't touch the hotkey page. What did I accidentally? Oops. I accidentally hit a 2 in there. That explains why it failed. I don't want to accidentally put the wrong gibberish in the wrong file. Oh. What do you mean? What else did I modify in here? Oh. Just bad. That's all it is. And then what I need to do is I need this guy for the end drive. Because that is the knob. I'm also going to open the terminal. Okay. I can... Right, that's done. Easy. We're gonna log into... Here, we're gonna go OBS build, OBS studio. Make sure we have the latest code. Sweet, we're all up to date. Neat. Then we're going to... connect to the dock. Ta-da! Just like that, I'm on Linux. It's a bit laggy, but that's fine. So... first thing we're going to confirm. We're going to launch OBS here. And we're going to go... which stream chat is this? The right-click menu is not working at all. I thought I disabled my custom context menu on Linux because I knew it didn't work. Well, that's a problem. Control R definitely doesn't work because we're not on Windows, so that's fine. Well, let's... Oh, there it is. Are you telling me it's not my fault? Alright. Can I minimize this? There. What we're going to do next is that we know this code is currently designed for Windows only. I'm going to hide this one for now, and we're going to pop this guy in here. And we know we need to be down here. So, we know the Ceph key event. So, I'm going to go into the Ceph docs. Yes! Hi, Extreme Program 2. How's it going? I've taken the week off work because I needed a break from work. And this is how I relax. I do OBS stuff. So here I am. Oh, hi, Ford. Hey! Can I set a nickname for you on here so that I can... Oh, because I'm connected by Restream... Hey, Palakis. Yes. It is not a healthier workaround. I mean, originally I was just gonna look at PRs and stuff, but then I remembered that Control R doesn't work on anything but Windows, so I was like, hey, let's fix that. And now I'm just looking at what the Ceph event key looks like, because we currently look at Windows key code. I guess native key code is what we're going to look at on Linux. So this is connected to my NUC. So we're going to just go... I'm going to toggle screencast mode so that you guys can see what I'm doing. Put these two in here. Cool. And so, if we're here, blog, warning. What are we working with? A native key code, which is a number. Yeah, I would agree with that, Ford. Do I really? There's no way for me to set a nickname unless I have extensions that I can't have when I'm logged into Restream. That's rude. Okay, I've at least renamed you on my other chat. Can I do it on here as well? Add to block list? No, that's not what I want to do. So what we want to do here is... And then we're going to go event.native key code. That should do the trick. We're going to build. I am very much used to the keyboard shortcuts on Visual Studio Code over Visual Studio. And on top of that, in this case, I am compiling on Ubuntu. So launching it in Visual Studio doesn't really do much for me. Look at those temps go. That sounds about right. All right. So we know we need the R key, which could be 77 or it could be 27. Shift is 50. Control is 37. So we need to... There are a couple of things we need to do. We want to only... I always do this. Okay. We only care... about key up.
I can taste every inch of the space I step into. Am I free?
Zev? To send events when... Oh, okay. Keyboard input. Oh, neat. Oh, right. Actually, that's something I can do. I forgot. Because basically we did something similar for the interact window. Linux keyboard helpers. So it was 77, right? 76. It was 27 and 70. $27 is right arrow key. Lovely. Let's try it and see what happens. So 27 and 77 are the ones we're looking at the moment, but if I get rid of down, see what it gives us. $77, $27, $77. Okay. Now the way this Linux keyboard helpers is used is here. So potentially we can... Yeah, this uses native VQ. That uses the native. So maybe we can use that. rearrange some things here. Let's add this guy. My phone keeps lighting up and it's annoying and I shouldn't have played that. Cool. So now we have event native key code. So the native V key becomes this guy. So let's see if this gives us something different. And whether it compiles it firstly. Usually that's a good place to start, isn't it? Well, that's promising. $77,077. I don't know if that's better. I guess we will find out, right? I'm definitely not hitting F8. Unless it's because I'm doing it over... Could doing it over VNC cause weirdness? I bet it could. That's probably what it is, but I want to quickly double check to make sure that I'm still working within the same. Aha! So, if I do it over TeamViewer, I only get a 0. If I do it over VNC, I get 77,077. Which is funny. The thing is, I don't know how to... Let's see if my hacky solution here does anything. Oh. You know, you write JavaScript for most of your working life, and you get used to typing 3 equals sign. Because that's how you compare in JavaScript. I'm assuming this defaults to returning 0, right? I assume VK unknown is 0. Yeah. So it's unknown. So maybe I don't need to throw it through here in the first place. And here I thought this would be easy. Who here thought this would be easy? I did. Just checking some things. Alright. How's my mic delay? Very, very delayed. Okay, let me restart. That should be fixed. Much better. So it didn't recognize 27. I don't know Linux enough to... Yeah. Well, when I press R over TeamViewer, it just puts 27. If I do it over VNC, I get 77, 27, 77. Do you think Windows event code will actually return anything in this Windows key code? Basically, I don't think the native V key is going to help. Let's do this slightly differently then. I hate the cursor over VNC, it sucks. I'd assume it outputs it in decimal. I don't know of a good way to check. But what I was gonna do... Lowercase r is 72. Japanese. Uppercase R is 52. So if we do 70, 27 becomes 27 decimal becomes 1B in hex. So 27 doesn't give us anything useful, does it? Right? 77 becomes 4D. Which is a capital letter M. So, remember how I said at the start of the stream that most of the stuff I try to fix, I realize that I don't have the technical know-how on solving it once I actually try and solve it? You've just noticed me do the same thing as always. I try to solve something. It should be simple. So instead, we're going to look at character. Yeah, let's see what Sev says. Actually, I'm gonna try this two ways. Nothing happens. Over VNC, nothing happens. Let's try it over TeamViewer. Same thing. Alright. Well, we know char 16 is... here too. That was going to be my next. Yeah. Don't worry, I have a workaround. Alright. What do you see there? Could it be the 27 we were looking for? Which one? TSM. What is KSM? Oh, this guy. KSM. KSM 72. That doesn't tell me anything either. Actually, that 72 matches... I don't know where it matches. Nope. 72 is F3 here. But... that matches the X key. I'm going to try something different. Keep doing this. I need a better way to minimize this. So instead, I'm going to look at character. Basically, this is the one or the biggest downside of Linux, is it has a habit of having 100 ways to do things, and you have to guess which one it's using in the moment. Like on Windows, you know you will get a H result, right? Or you know what type you'll get, it'll always be the same function. On Linux, you don't know what windowing system someone's using, you don't know any of the context around what's going on. And you have to guess. Right? Or at least pull in a bunch of dependencies that do the conversions for you. Okay. I can just do this. I will have to verify whether this works on Mac as well. But essentially, I can go if character this or this. The downside of doing this is that it might not work in non-English . Non-English keyboards. Yeah, that is the downside of stuff like Rust. I definitely see the appeal of something like Rust. I would not want to write a program using Rust. It's a similar concept to like TypeScript when it comes to JavaScript, right? TypeScript as a thing is neat. No, that's neat. TypeScript on its own is awesome. JavaScript on its own is awesome. Once you combine trying to use TypeScript as a full-time thing in your code base, there are so many more challenges to it. Which is why at work, I haven't actually I think TypeScript makes sense if you're doing something server-side. If you're doing something client-side, I just use something called JS-Doc. Alright? Which essentially means here's a JavaScript class, right? And essentially here's the constructor, and you simply define the description, each of the parameters, their types, and it'll essentially fill in the gaps for you when you're trying to perform a function, right? It'll tell you what that parameter is supposed to be, whether it's supposed to be a string or a number or something else, because of the comment rather than it being coded directly in. Because the challenges I've had writing TypeScript is because JavaScript is not typed by default, you get weird incompatibilities. So say you have a library, and that library defines a type. And this is something I actually ran into. And you want to send a parameter. Well, you have to make sure the parameter you send is of the type that they defined. And when you, if their function returns a type that they've defined, but it's not a base type, then you have to correctly understand that. No, JS can be linted. It is not a linter. It is purely for documentation and for understanding types. The issue that I ran into using TypeScript at work was I had a function from a third-party library that returned a custom type of theirs. But the custom type of theirs it returned was like an internal type. And so I had to basically use any to say, I don't know what type I'm receiving, because it wasn't a type that they publicly defined that you could actually, you know, set the value to. You had to just expect whatever it gave you, which defeats the whole purpose of using TypeScript to have strict typing, right? When it comes to linting on JavaScript, I actually use ESLint. The reason I use ESLint is because I'm just trying to find one of the specific. Oh, I don't know. You can define at the top of a file what lint rules to ignore. You can use plugins. So, for example, I use a React plugin so that it lints React properly. ESLint plugin React. And you basically import the recommended ESLint rules and the recommended React rules. And that'll basically give you the basics. So these are the recommended ones, the checked ones. So it prevents a missing display name, it prevents passing children as props, reports when using dangerously set in a HTML, direct mutation of this.state because you never want to do that, usage of find DOM node, and then the cooler ones are these guys. Anything that has a thing here means that you can fix it using ESLint automatically. So something like, for example, prevent usage of unknown DOM properties, that can fix it, right? And the documentation for this usually goes, okay, so this is this one's apparently an unknown. I'm confused by the, because in React, class is actually class name. So in this case, it doesn't let you use this, it'll automatically correct it to this. I'm personally a fan of like a lot of the rules in... Yeah, it's super advanced. So here are the rules, right? Remember, the check mark is the recommended that I have enabled by default. And then the little wrench is the stuff that can be auto-fixed. So for example, no extra parentheses, right? So it'll automatically go through and it would receive this and fix it up so that it, you know, it's a bad example, it's hard to read. No extra semicolons, right? So you accidentally write this, it'll automatically correct it to this. Just little stuff like that, right? My cat is scratching at the door, so I'll be right back. I noticed that I'm missing a thing here, so let me quickly paste duplicate. Rename. Feeding. And then... Oh. Oh. Why didn't that work? This is a downside of groups. And now, ready? I do need to transition 300. Transition. Now I can toggle between making tea, swapping game, dinner, lunch, feeding cat. Yeah, I know. I was just fixing my BRB screen so that I have the cat variant. Although my cat is now scratching on my door again, so let me see what she wants. I have two variants of this BRB screen. I have... You'll notice there's a... I have this slightly darkened, right? Because what I can sometimes do is toggle this instead. So you can see it. Why not have... It's all set to fade. Yeah. And it's good for games where when I'm AFK, because then I can just have the game full screen. But for something like this, it doesn't need to be. Voila. It's great fun. But my favorite thing about that design is that if you go from here to here, that fade is way too sharp. That should be much slower, shouldn't it? I can fix that later. But because they're the same background, it fades well. There we go, my cat is now on my bed. Actually, is my mic out of sync again? Test. It's enough out of sync that I can see it. Alright, so... Yeah, I use ESLint extensively at work. I have a very long config file for it. You can even do stuff like this, right? It'll fix this into this for you. Because this is hard to read. I was also reaching the 1 hour mark, where my mic would start to crackle. So... It feels like my head is slightly tilted sideways. X-Run? Hello, Velasip? I hope that's how you pronounce your name. That's the only way I could come up with. Ah, yes. Yeah, audio sucks. Especially virtual audio. It very much sucks. How do I know? This guy right here. And especially this guy right here. Hate him. For those unaware, virtual audio kit. Pain. Oh, I don't know audio well enough to even attempt that. Just don't get me started on trying to do anything with audio in any operating system. I'm confused, but this doesn't work. I can only assume control doesn't work properly over VNC, which does not surprise me, so let's quickly try it over TeamViewer. Yes, yes it is. That is the only way to describe it accurately. Do I have to actually rebuild? Is that what I've done? No? I don't have to rebuild? Okay. Fine. So we're gonna do this differently. Palakis, you've done logging in OBS. If I wanted to log a... what is it labeled as? Char 16. What would be my best bet? Because I only know of the obvious ones like %I for integers, %S for strings. Would %S work here as well? And if you know of a reference that I could use so that I could memorize it, even better. Okay, is there a thing I can Google for this? What words do you Google? Ah, sprintf. Okay. %U. Okay. That makes sense, doesn't it? And then modifiers is uint 32. %ZU. Alright. Let's see how this works out. Yeah, cheat sheet would be very good. Well, let's see what happens, right? Let's see if it yells at me first. Yeah, it didn't like the ZU. There was something it didn't like, so let's find out. That's my point for it. I don't get it. Okay, these numbers don't make any sense. All I know is modifier 4 is control. Or left control. FFE. I have no idea what I'm doing.
I just need a little bit more of your love. I just need a little bit more of your love.
I hate this song too. Okay. Let's run a little comparison of what it's expecting and what it's actually receiving. How does that sound? So it could either be 114 or 82. We get 114 with modifier 0. We get 18 modifier 4. What is 18? 114 becomes 72. And 82 becomes 52. What is 18? Oh, I'm sure. We have... So, this stuff that I'm doing is related to our browser source, which uses Ceph, which is based on Chromium. And it has its own... I don't know if it has things that actually document what the key codes are, but essentially we receive a character, we receive modifiers, and we receive a native key code and an unmodified character. I don't know on Linux which of these to use and then how to coordinate them. So you'll notice none of these are scan codes, as far as I can tell. So I'm already trying to make sure I don't accidentally use scam code. We did do a quick test here, and at the very least, I should be looking for keycode 27 or keysim 72. But so that's just using Zev, right? And then we do have this little utility in our browser source called Linux Keyboard Helpers to try and translate some of it. Unfortunately, none of the numbers I have run into so far, maybe, with native key code, I was getting 27 for the letter R. And I don't know what that 27 related to. Actually, that 27... Yeah, it was an int. We're fine. I don't know. I don't know enough about what the hell I'm doing here to be able to correctly map the things together. Because down here it doesn't actually tell you. All it says is for native key codes, the actual key code generated by the platform. Now I guess if I pull up Ceph Linux native key code, I don't know if there's a list that I could browse that would give me more. Reject Ceph. What did they need Ceph for? In 2018? Ah, the launcher. The Minecraft launcher used to use Ceph. That was my very limited understanding of Velasip. So thank you for confirming that, because I'm never going to fully understand these, especially on Linux. But at least having some sort of insight helps. Can I actually migrate my account yet? Is that a thing I can do? Let's find it. I don't see a way to do that. I don't see a migrate button anymore. Bummer. So actually, now that we have the Minecraft launcher up, the thing that I actually wanted to check. Task Manager just froze everything. Thanks, Task Manager. Sorry, Task Manager caused everything to panic. As you can see. Okay, we should be good. That is 100% Task Manager's fault. I opened Task Manager and everything froze. And my encoder completely panicked. I have a feeling this is caused by the most recent NVIDIA drivers. Or a Windows update. Git, what is this? I'm playing frickin' Catch the Process. Okay. Closed. I no longer care. Yep, they still use Ceph. Based on Chrome 85. Fascinating. Now I'm curious. Let's experiment. Oh, come on. Opening Ultra Search did the same thing. Everything froze for a second. Alright, let's see what apps use Ceph. Rainway, Steam, the Unity editor, Steam VR, Rockstar Social Club uses Ceph, Amazon Game, not surprising, GOG, Diablo 3 uses Ceph, which I believe it uses it for their main menu, right? People weren't happy about that. Neverwinter. Fortnite and Paragon on Epic. StarCraft 2. Realities. The Bethesda launcher, Quake Champions specifically. Black Desert Online. Spotify, that much we knew. MapleStory 2 uses Ceph. BlueStacks uses Ceph. The Riot client uses Ceph. I mean, the oldest folder I have here is Neverland. Let me find out. The folder is from 2013. Shall we find out which version of Ceph? libceph version 1.1180, created 2016. Portal 2 apparent. Chivalry Medieval Warfare has it too. What for? Black Desert has it. Interesting. Alright. That was a fun little adventure. So I've still made no progress on figuring out what key code I'm expecting and supposed to be listening for. What if I change all of these to Z? Wildstar. I don't know what Wildstar is. I don't know why I have a folder of it. Oh, one of the MP soft games. Long ago. Also, for anyone watching, I don't know how far the encoder fell behind. Try refreshing the page, just in case. Now we have these guys, so I can quickly... Oh. Alright, am I back? Oh, why? Wait, why is my capture card set to be visible? I apparently have a hotkey for capture card. I don't need capture card. There we go. I have considered updating my script through force kill audition and just start it. Alright. R on its own gives us 114. Shift R gives us 82. Expected 114. Yep. Control R gives us 18. Control Shift R gives us 18. So really, we should be just looking for 18. That's what I'm learning here. 18. But what is that 18? I got no idea. The way we're going to quickly check this is... I know this guy could take me somewhere. Or not. It doesn't know where to take me. 18. All I know is I'm getting 18 and I don't know what 18 represents. 18 represents DC2. $82, 114. These are the ones I expect. And I'm getting this guy. That just tells me that I shouldn't be looking at event.character. That's what that's telling me. Because that doesn't actually give me info on the character. Native keycode. Unmodified character. I think that's going to be the workaround for now. Nope. That's still giving me 18. Let's do one final thing here. And see if Windows key code gives me anything on that. Just as a experiment. Because now I'm curious. Because I haven't been able to correlate anything else. Because I've spent an hour and a half on this already, and I'm... 144 is not 114. 144. What's 144? 82. Let's do this over TeamViewer. I don't trust BNC. $82. So that should be refreshing. But it's not. Because I haven't changed this yet. 82. Is the lowercase version. No, it's the uppercase version. Hey! So literally, the same code will work on both platforms. That works for me. The thing is, this will not work for non-English users. However, I don't care enough. Yep, that works. Alright, let's see if it works on Mac OS as well. Let's install dependencies just in case. Output a single scene to a dedicated monitor. I do like these easy questions. I also love these support questions that aren't actually a support question. Which is cool things you can do with OBS. Everything. You name it. Alright. Something beeped at me. I don't know what it was. We'll figure it out together. Triggered by a push. This one was at 234. This one was at 12:15. Alright, because this one should say 2701. Yes. Okay. Let's connect to the Mac. is the wrong resolution. I wanted 1440p at least. Can I get 1440p? Yeah. Why? Why would you stretch to fit? Silly. Yep, controller works. It worked. Just like that. That's not where my context menu is supposed to go. Apparently, if you use VNC, macOS doesn't actually know where your cursor is. So when you write... Oh, well, no, actually, Qt doesn't know. It's just Qt. Oh my god. That's funny. That's... Well, Qt and Seth. How strange. Well, hey. Control R now works. That's so buggy. I'm laughing. Alright. Well, we can close macOS. We know this code works on all platforms. So let's just commit it directly. Thoughts? What are you? You're we can minimize you too. Oh, you know why, actually. On macOS, this should be Command R, shouldn't it? That would work, right? We'll just make sure this compiles on Windows and then test it on the other two platforms, and we should be good. My music ended. Let's pick a different album. Cool. Let's build this on Windows. Ah, I got it backwards. That would have been silly. Okay, I saw nothing. Okay. all going to be okay. We're fine. What is my computer downloading? I need an actual web doc here. Otherwise I can't tell that it's refreshing. Yeah, okay. That would have been funny. Alright, well let's copy this. Send it to macOS. And then file it on both. Oh, I forgot to tell it to skip dependencies. Oh. Cool. And then that leaves macOS. Don't mind me just waiting for it to compile. Oh, no, actually, it's going to ask for my password to finish copying. That's what's going to happen. I keep looking at my stream preview and going, why is there white text on white text in the bottom left corner? That's just my chat overlay. It's fine. Alright. Here we go. I'm excited for us to have proper Xcode support soon. There's this very big CMake PR that will make life so much easier. Okay. Now, the thing I did want to check first. Control, Alt, Meta. So... Is there an on-screen keyboard on macOS? That's unhelpful. Use Apple, System Preferences, Language and Text. Language and Region? Input sources? Why is this guide crap? Yep. Turn it on. Accessibility keyboard. Okay. Where's accessibility? This is why you sort things alphabetically. Why is display halfway through vision? Why is this not alphabetical either? What am I looking for? Keyboard. Why is voice control before keyboard? Enable accessibility. Okay. Okay, so that is correct. Okay. Metal there. Interesting. Then Windows key is old there. So I need to hit Alt R. Okay, good. Yes! It works. If I do that again... using the on-screen keyboard. Why is this... What kind of settings button is this? It's just a circle! Can someone file Apple's UX team? They have a good UI team. Their UX team needs to be thrown out. Set on fire. Alright. It builds on all 3 platforms and still function. Fine by me. Enable Control R on Linux and Command R on Mac OS for browser panels. I appreciate that Ceph provides something simple called Windows what is it? Windows key code, because it solves my frickin' battles. Cool. So that's that. Not what I expected to work on today, but it's enough to tweak. So what we're actually going to do is potentially turn down this music because it's very loud. And then we're going to go back to looking at previous browser stuff. Because we have 30 issues on here, and some of them can probably be cleaned up at this stage. Doesn't occur, for instance, but not on Windows 10. Okay, what does this crash look like? Do we have a crash report? Apparently it was fixed with Trilog Texture. This is pre-rewrite. Oh, this says it's closed. Why was this closed? Works with 81. not 85. Okay, so let's test on macOS then, because that has 85. Because we're still running 75 on Windows. Applications. Although, drag and drop is weird on VNC and macOS, isn't it? The coordinates, sorry, of the cursor. So let's see what happens, right? I just need a picture of any kind. No, I need... I need a drag demo, don't I? Let me verify what bug I'm actually testing. Okay. Now, it's entirely possible that... Oh no! Microsoft removed FishGL? Oh no! Custom domain has not been configured with Azure. Oh no! I was using that all the time. That is not what I need. HTML5 demo / drag. I am incredibly disappointed and sad now. Okay, it definitely doesn't work in our interact thing. Do I have a HTML5 test? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. No, I don't think I do. Well, that's a bummer. Also, scene collection switching seems very slow on macOS. Well, this one is actually in. Oh! Wait a second. That's not supposed to be possible. Oh. I'm very good at typos. This makes me wonder. Oh, I've got Moobot and Nightbot in here. Why is that the case? Alright, well. RIP FishGL. Also RIP this scene collection that seems to be corrupted because it has 0 scenes? So confused. How did I end up with a literally empty zine collection? You're supposed to at least have 1 scene. Chrome GPU. What I actually need is HDMI. Yeah, Chrome 85. Well. So, according to Marshall, supposed to be fixed in Ceph 81. However, on macOS with Ceph 85, this still happens in our configuration. We don't have a confirmed thing on here, do we? What color do we use? Issues. Label. Confirmed. It's about the same color. Close enough. We display a proper error screen on browser panels. Browser sources and panels can be refreshed by the user using either the context menu on panels or the source toolbar for sources. Make FPS field as an expression. This is a feature request. Consolidated is not the word I'm looking for. Managed is not the word I'm looking for either. To keep issues conforming? Link. Move this on to the left side. less of a bug and more of a feature request. Please post feature requests to the ideas site if this is something you'd still like to see. Image error event does not work. Property of order. Production source. Way to get a full scene name, no. Too many of these are feature requests and not bugs. We still have no updates on MIDI. On the Ceph side. Memory usage jumps when using CSS. Use 26.1. Disabling hardware acceleration enables a memory leak. Definitely leaking without hardware accel. But I couldn't verify it, right? I don't remember, this was... Okay. Browser update in 26.12 is purely changing macOS. A list of potential causes. I'll coordinate internally, verify which functions run off. This means it could be a larger issue and not limited to the browser source. Yeah, okay, Pat couldn't reproduce it. Neither could I, actually. WebKit request full screen 2016 invalid. Function call does nothing. Please provide a fully working example. There's an iframe. 2016, 2013. Autoplay policy. That's the exact same thing. Not yet implemented in Ceph as of 5.6. 12. 2015. Need to support full screen API. Last commented 2015. Support for Flash full screen. Resolved in revision D2000. And which... Baldwin web content has toggled full screen. If full screen is true, the content will automatically be sized to fill the browser content area. The content will automatically return to its original size. On-set full screen is the Ceph function. Okay. So Ceph does apparently support it. User What's the... called? Initiated by a user gesture. Alright, so what we're going to try and do is see if there's a way to bypass this. Use Hammer.js and bypass it. Oh, that's funny. Android doesn't consider touch start as a gesture for media playback. You have to use mouse down. But it's not fine on Chrome Mobile. Mobile is a night when it comes to web development, let me tell you. Should I restart my audio? Yeah. Alright, my audio should be back. Sweet. We could technically stub them. We could fake them. I don't know what the user expects it to actually do. That is a potential question to ask. Should have that element go full screen. Should have enough to reproduce a page with the same issue. Can't be hosted from a local file. The video is displaying data from a WebArtist piece. Essentially, we could stub it and just hide everything except for the video tag. That would be one hacky way to do it. Does this guy's video still exist? The sample video. It does, okay, sweet. On load, request. Well, it didn't do anything on here for me. Fathom. What is Fathom? This is one downside of JS Fiddle, is that some of the stuff that is supposed to work in JS Fiddle just doesn't. In this case, it's not loading that video from a different video. I actually know what it is. It's this guy. 100% it's this guy. Huh? Maybe AdBlock. Why would AdBlock block a video tag? Generic video tag. Did it? No, it didn't. Am I just gonna self-host this? Do I have to? It does. That was something I tested for sure. Go to. Does exist. Tim, shouldn't you be working? Alright, fine. Issue reproductions. OBS browser. This is 234. Full screen. Open containing folder. Breaks are good. Okay, it doesn't work while hosted on my site either. Breaks are good. I don't have enough... So, one thing I might start doing is my calendar does not have a lot of meetings in it. But I'm usually working, right? So maybe I should start to fill in my calendar with stuff like working. And definitely I should be filling it in with lunch break. Because it's a good idea. I don't know why this doesn't work. But requested a secure... let's see what happened. Because I'm done. Re-upload that. Unless that hosted video does not have a video. Might not have an SSL certificate. Okay, and I can't access my own site through HTTP, can I? No, I automatically redirect. Ah! Fine, I have to upload the video myself. Issue reproductions, OBS browser, 2.4 browser, 2.4 full screen. OBS browser, 2.4. Oh no, did I put 2.4? I did. 2.4. Oh, right. Because it would have uploaded it to my file, not yet. Fine. There is a downside of having different subdomains for different file types, and that is it. Well... So what this is supposed to do is get the video, hit play, and full screen it, and that didn't happen. Yeah, because you have to have the controls attribute. The controls to appear. Yeah, this unload script isn't running at all. Why not? Should. Anything that's in here should just be running. loading, but never starting. This onload function doesn't work. Let's bring it into the modern age. Didn't work either. Loading. Still nothing. Oh, is the document body unload? Window unload. No, document unload should work. Alright. DOM content loaded it is then. Loading. Starting. Okay, it didn't auto full screen because I didn't expect it to. Full screen. Full screen error. Video. I did see type error in the document isn't fully active, the element is not containing, the element is not permitted to use the full screen feature. The element and its document are the same node. Okay. But it's just a generic type error. Okay. Oh, it did work. If you throw it... If you refresh it, it doesn't work. If you... But now it doesn't work anymore? It sometimes works? I guess... What do you mean uncaught? Definitely be caught. I call bullcrap! What do you mean uncaught? Asynchronous method. Ah, it's a promise. That's why. That'll happen. OBS browser full screen. Missing. Cat. Request full screen. I think I'm missing a closing brace. No, not new to this. That's what I think too, Tim. But the thing is, I wonder if there's a way for us to bypass it, because for example, right? This one failed. Did I do a console message? Console log. Console error. It's easier to... Also, video volume. Don't need the audio. I think .mute is also a thing, but... here's the thing, if you full screen it, you'll notice... I gave... if you give the site permission to full screen, the video itself would full screen within the page. And I think that's what they're looking for. They're not specifically looking for it to full screen the window itself, just the content within. Which is why I think it would be easier and more correct to full screen within the contents source, which is what this guy suggested. So here, watch. If I do a set timeout, and we wait 500 milliseconds after the page is loaded. Really? Request full screen didn't work. Yeah, full screen error. Who decided, yes, let's make the error text be full screen? Like, I know it's a full screen error. Well, no, I know it's line 9. Ah, yeah. So, if I were to, for example, I'm just going to populate this with a slightly more informative error. If I were to interact with the page first... How long am I waiting? 500 milliseconds? Let's wait 5 seconds. Whoops. Let's wait 5 seconds, right? Yeah, see? It full screened it, but you might have noticed for the first frame of it full screening... Can I revoke? Pop-ups and redirect. Background scene. File editing. Inventory. No full screen. There's VR, but not full screen. So when it comes down to it, Chrome does do the same thing, right? So it's not limited to our code. It requires user interaction. However, here's where I think they get stuck. Master and master. If I build a... Because my guess is what's happening is they are interacting with it, and then the full screen thing fails anyway. That is my guess. Purely because, technically, when you interact through our interact thing, it's not triggering proper JavaScript events. At least not on all platforms. On some of them it's fine. But if I go in here and I go browser full screen test, and we pop this in here, and we pop this in here, and I go in here and I go interact, and I do a thing here, like click this. Yeah, it does work. So actually, it does exactly what I would expect it to do. But if I refresh this and I never open up that interact dialog, after 5 seconds, it'll just play the video but not full screen it. So, so the question becomes, do we put in a dummy interact that just makes it think the user has interacted with the site? After testing this myself, I'm just going to quickly start some music. I'm just pulling up the discography. I clicked full discography, and it opened a specific album. Because that is what you can expect from... There it is. That's what you can expect from Spotify. After testing this myself, the behavior is correct in terms of behaving like a web browser. That is, the full screen API fails if you have not yet interacted with the site, but fails if you haven't, but succeeds if you have. I can, however, see a use case for potentially sending a dummy interaction to make the page think a user has interacted with it, to allow for APIs such as this to succeed without actual user interaction. Full screen it, then play it? Yeah. I would assume this doesn't make a difference. Just due to how the browser APIs work. Yeah. Doesn't even... Oh. Oh, because you forgot a thing. You gotta send me actually working code, my friend. Missed one. It plays, but again, doesn't full screen it because I haven't interacted with it yet. Okay? Can only be initiated by user gesture. quite sure I'm on 91. Yep, still 91. Cool. Should we have a separate label called follows API spec? Because there is a won't fix slash by design. Well, hey, we verified it. And apparently we don't have a tab open. We've at least got confirmed. Is this still an issue? It's not created in, I guess this use case cannot input the main thread of set. Then I can, oh. Yes, that is a valid workaround. Whether it should be necessary is a separate thing. Because for something like this, it's not something you should have to think about, right? When it's a normal website that a user is interacting with, obviously an interaction event is going to happen at some stage before that video autoplays. In the case of embedding it in OBS, the best way to do it, really, would be to use an iframe embed code. That is, the URL that would go into an iframe URL field, right? Because essentially OBS is your iframe parent. If we're talking like how a website should treat it. I've tested to create interaction window in Ceph's main thread. So when developing your website, you should be treating OBS as if you do not have control outside of your page, but expect your page to be embedded in other visuals. You have... So that is one reason why we default the browser source to 800 by 600. Not because it's a modern resolution. OBS Classic did 640 by 480, I think. Let's double check. Production builds... if you created... Oh, that one's... Add... DLR browser. Yeah, it used to default to 640 by 480. And then Studio bumps it to 800 by 600. Now, the benefit of doing that is if you just want something to put side by side, say I wanted to put something on this side of my screen, right? Like that. There is no reason for me to have this be canvas size. So say we do, right? If I go in here and I go browser, actually no, let's do it this way. I'll drag this over. And this is now full screen. Also, that came out mono. That's funny. You'll notice that defaulted to 1080p, right? Canvas size. And sure, from here I could then crop it to half. So say we're working with an actual URL. There's no easy way for me to crop both sides at the same time. I can squash it, or I can crop one side at a time, right? So then say I manually crop this here, then pop it, right? The alternative is I add a browser source, point it to the URL I care about, and now it's taking up half of my screen, right? And I can do whatever demo I have in here, then delete it when I'm done. There are benefits to both ways. When you drag files in, we do full screen them. Except for video files, apparently. If it's a browser source, we resize it to the full window. If you add it as a browser source within the source list, we default 800 by 600. I know Streamlabs works with the default resolution of 800 by 600, whereas Stream Elements recommends canvas size, so that they can take control of the whole screen and they can basically offload the resources from being on your computer where they could be lost and instead put them on the web, right? A single page that contains everything. And that's fine. But it's totally up to how you want to do it. And because of that, it's very hard to decide how should OBS do it. Because there's such a large user base and so much variance in how people use OBS. You have people who just use it like me, where I'm just streaming my screen. It's literally my screen, a color source for this red border around me, and my webcam. In the end, that's all I'm doing. Whereas other people have completely insane setups and want to be able to do crazy things, and there shouldn't be a reason for us to limit that. Symbol's not typable. What is this? macOS 10.15. Type a key into browser. Yeah, we know that. Work has been made to support, but somehow dive into key press event modifiers and modify the send key click. So OBS browser source. So this is an interact issue. Do I want to dive into keyboard presses on macOS again? Is that something I would like to do? Is that something I would like? Because I know this is an issue, and I know we managed to fix it on Linux. And now that we have browser panels on macOS, this is less necessary. But it wouldn't hurt, right? Let's at least build... actually, no. Let's at least... let's pull latest master of OBS browser. That's why. Oh. Is this the right commit? No, it's not. Alright. Let's rebuild Mac. In this case, send key click. Now, this code is an ugly mess because keyboard shortcuts suck. Now, the big challenge that we run into with this code is this send key click event is actually here's where it gets fun, right? In this case, we're going the operating system. The operating system sends a thing to, in this case, Qt, right? That's our UI library. Our UI library, we have a function that converts it into an OBS key. This is used for keyboard shortcuts, and it's designed to be cross-platform. That then gets sent here, which then it needs to be, and this is the bit that we get stuck on, it needs to be translated to a Ceph key. So the OS has its own platform-specific stuff. Qt has its mostly platform-specific stuff, and we translate it to something we can use cross-platform. But then Ceph needs something. Now, in my testing in the past, what you get from Qt is closer to this than this is. But we can't skip the translation layer that OBS implements itself. Which is why we have, if you're on Linux, use keycode from Xkeys. If you're on Windows, we just use native vkey, modifiers, and Windows keycode e.character. And then if you're on Apple, we're currently using native scan code. Now this thing is... it drives me up the wall that we have this unnecessary translation layer in the scope of trying to get this working with Ceph. But even if we didn't have this, if we got rid of the OBS key translation, translating from Qt to Ceph is still a nightmare anyway. Because Ceph is expecting this. So we're going through 2 translation layers. Removing 1 translation layer would be better, but it's still not great. It's still a mess. So, we are going to connect to macOS 5 ENC. I'm going to pull my hair out. Oh, we're already running. Should I close this so that we can actually trigger the copy from here? Is my music too quiet, by the way? It feels quiet for me. That should be a little better. The dock is bouncing. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Too loud? Alright. Hi, Icon PlayStation. How's it going? So... I'm gonna add a... Here's how I test interaction, right? Actually, we'll do 720. I'm good. Been fighting the browser. Because the poor browser source doesn't get much love. Especially cross-platform. Oh no. So here's where the differences stack up, right? Yes, across all platforms, absolutely. So, if I press the letter G in here, I get code 71. If I press Control, I get Control left. If I press the Windows key, I get Alt left. And if I press Alt, I get Meta left, which is the Apple command. If I do the same in Interact, G, here it says key G. Here it says key S. That's the first issue. The second issue is if I hit Control, this is still key S, but the event key is unidentified, even though it should be Control. If I press the Windows key, I'm pressing Alt, the Windows key and Control. All three of them. Here's what it looks like. Right? What I should be seeing. What I'm actually seeing is 83, which is not even... What's 83? Is it S? 83. Individual letters show up fine. Event.which is correct. They're fine. If I hit Shift, I get unidentified 83. S is 83. Now this is a nightmare for various reasons. Because even if and when we fix this on macOS English, that will not fix it for all users. Now, Scratch here has experimented with the macOS version. Key press event modifiers and modify the same. Now what we have to do... Oh, it all sucks. It sucks very much. Here's why, right? We come in here and we receive text. We also receive an event, an OBS key event specifically. This OBS key event contains modifiers, a native scan code, and a native V. Once we have that, we need to then figure out how to pass it. I wonder... I have an interact key press stash here from February last year, which will at least give us yes, so if we're talking macOS, the browser source has worked exceptionally well since 26.1.2, where we introduced Chrome 85. The interact capability has been broken for ages. Browser docs were introduced in 27 on macOS. And that is where these differ, right? If I pull up my Mac again here, this section on the right, being a browser doc, I, as the user, am interacting with this web page directly. It's not going through Qt, it's not going through the OBS code. It is me interacting with a native Ceph window. This interact window, which is to interact with the browser source, goes through the OBS code. Specifically, the operating system event gets passed to Qt. Qt goes, okay, I'll give it to the OBS code. The OBS code goes, okay, I'll convert this to an OBS key. And then when we reach the function that we're at, we go here and we try to pass it to Ceph, but we're passing gibberish, and Ceph has no idea what to do with it. So, macOS. Essentially, so here's where I have to figure out if def Apple and if. There are two ways I can do this. The first way is I need a way to be able to side by side go, this is how Seth handles it, and this is how we handle it. And to do that, I need to intercept the interaction events of the keyboard interaction events of the browser panel so that we know what key codes we should be getting and therefore what key codes we are getting with interact. So let's actually yeah, it's a number of things. I mean, when it comes down to it, let me give you the lowdown. When it comes down to it, all three major platforms have major flaws when it comes to making it easy for a user to stream. macOS is the most restrictive in the sense that all of its window capture APIs are terrible for performance. Certain things that you want to do, you cannot. So, for example, capturing audio cannot be done natively. You have to essentially install a third-party audio output driver and loop it into OBS as an input device. Keyboard shortcuts or keyboard interaction, if you're not interacting with the window you own, then technically that counts as key... what's the word for it? They have a term for it. Security and privacy, that's what it is. We go to OBS down here. Input monitoring is what they call it. Basically, they treat it like a keylogger, right? So if you want hotkeys to work when OBS isn't focused, you have to enable input monitoring, which is treated... which people don't want, right? So that's all the issues with macOS, or like the core issues with macOS, right? The core issues on Linux are... Oh, my frame rate just dropped there. The core issues on Linux are... You have like 6 different audio backends. So you have to support all of them, right? You have different window managers. You've got Wayland versus not. Yeah. Now you also have Pipewire, which is so many steps in the right direction, but it's a big change and it's still a work in progress because it's Linux. So there's the other asterisk on Linux. Everything's a work in progress, and so your stuff has to either adapt all the time or be simple enough that it doesn't need to adapt. And then with something like they've got Pipewire and you've got, what's the other aspect? Wayland and Pipewire are the two big things now. The cool thing of Pipewire is it does let you, window capture with relatively high performance now, with shared textures, which is really good, which is what you want. But because it's a work in progress, you can't use the OBS UI to actually select a window. It pops up the native window thing that goes, hey, choose a window. And it doesn't remember that. So the next time you open OBS, for every window capture source that you have, or every display capture source that you have, it'll ask, hey, which window do you want to capture for this? Because that API doesn't support it yet. And then on Windows, all of the APIs are standardized, which is nice. However, you have to choose between a number of different APIs. So say you're capturing a window, right? You can either use BitBLT, which is like the oldest one, or you can use the newer capture API. My sock is on sideways and it's bugging me. Or you can use Windows Graphics Capture, which is part of UWP. And while it doesn't have great performance in my testing, other people have said it's fine. It switches to a software cursor. So I'm currently playing at, my screen is running at 90 Hz. But if I were to open OBS and capture a window using Windows Graphics Capture, that is a problem on all platforms, just because you have to go, okay, do I want to capture by window title, WinID, or by something else? And the thing is, the WinID changes every restart. The window title doesn't mean anything. So do you go by executable and then window title? And how do you differentiate between different windows in a single executable and ... right? You could go on forever going, what is the best way to choose which window I'm capturing? And the other element of, other than the software cursor, which is annoying, currently, so say I grab this, I am going to do this off because I don't know what it'll try and capture, right? If you want to capture something hardware accelerated, you do have to use yeah, exactly. It's just every platform makes it challenging. So right now it's using BitBLT. How do I know? There is no yellow border around this window. If I enable BitBLT, no border. If I enable Windows 10, you can actually see the yellow border here. Now, if you are the parent application that is doing the capturing, you do not see the yellow border. So you can see in this left thing, there is no visible yellow border here, right? That's fine. It's only around the window that's being captured. And this is as a kind of security thing to let the user know this window is being captured, right? Which is fine, but you can't turn it off. The downside of BitBLT is it does not capture hardware accelerated windows because it's an older API, right? So there are challenges there, and every operating system makes it hard because really the operating system was never designed to do any of this, right? And then on top of that, the other thing is, on Windows, if you want to capture audio from a specific program, your option is hook into Intercept WAS API, which is the audio, Windows audio session API, and essentially copy the audio data raw and then forward the data onto where it was meant to go in the first place, and then use that audio data. There is no other way to specifically grab audio from a single application. The only other way to do it is via a device. So you basically tell an app, That's fine. My audio might actually be laggy right now. Yeah, 1 sec. So, the less hacky way to do it is you, as the application, should provide a way to route the audio to a specific device. Now, Windows does have an API for this now, or a UI for this now, which is nice. So if I go into... no, I'm going to use the other one. If I go in here and I go sound settings, there is now a UI where I can go manage app volume device preferences. Apparently I have... There we go. Every app that's currently playing audio and which device it's playing to. So I can choose which device it goes to. So if I wanted to, I could set Spotify to send audio to my microphone, right? Which would be this one, actually. Initiative, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. I didn't hear an alert sound for that, even though I definitely added alert sounds. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. I don't know why my alert sound didn't work. Do I need to fix my audio monitoring device? Is that what it is? Did you guys hear a sound? I didn't. Aha, that's why I didn't hear anything. Okay, I am just going to replay that just to make sure I hear it. You guys definitely heard that. I still did not. Alerts. Monitor only. Oh, I should hear that. There we go. So yeah, thanks for the follow. It's too quiet. I'll fix that separately. Off stream. It should be closer to 80% instead of 50. Or I'll just bump it to 100. Software Daily. There's an OBS podcast? This is news to me. Dilly Dilly? I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. What is this? The welcome, firstly. Secondly, the Software Daily. Software Engineering Daily? Software Daily podcast. I do like this blank website. I don't know if this is the right site. I'm just... nope, it's not. Yeah, you should be able to. I don't think I have a link blocking thing. So... Where was I? I was doing something. So those are the challenges of each of the platforms and working with audio. So in the case of my soundboard, I have my soundboard routed through Adobe Audition, through ASIO, or ASIO. And then that goes to a virtual cable, which then routes it to my mic.
Sarcasm self-test complete.
Like, that's what I have to do. I have to use 3 programs, 2 virtual cables, and voila. I shouldn't have to. If I want audio for one program to be treated as its own volume, I should be able to do that. But the only case where that does work really well is on Linux with, like, Pulse Audio, I think. I did see this really good YouTube video earlier. Let me quickly pull this up. History. Self-driving cars, no. Yesterday, no. Oh, because it was an embed, it didn't show up? I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Alright. Virtual cable is neat until it doesn't work. Then you're mad. Then you're mad that nothing works. No, this was today. Come on, 16th of June. Here we go. This is the video I was... So the cool thing that I saw in this is that, okay, there's no audio, but if you want audio, you just add it as a pulse audio thing. So in pulse audio, I've never done this before. I'm gonna mute this. But you basically can go through input devices and like map them and name them and stuff, which is neat. As long as it's listed in there. Yes, so the reason for that, PlayStation, the reason for that is because when you update, when you get a major Windows update, there has not been a major Windows update since the end of 2019. Or early 2020. I think it was late 2019. Everything else has been basically a cumulative update. And those... yeah, the hardware root always guaranteed to be the best, most reliable, and least buggy. The cool thing about... what was I going to say? The reason why your audio device resets on a major Windows update is because... there is no way to uniquely identify each audio device that is connected to a system. Windows does have basically randomized identifiers for every device that's plugged in. That's why if you plug in something into one USB port and plug it into a different one, it'll show up as -2 in the list of audio devices because it is a completely different identifier, but it has the same name as something you already have, so it tries to differentiate them that way. There is no way for it to know for sure that the device you plugged into USB port 2 is the same device that you previously plugged into USB port 1. And so when you restart, when you reinstall Windows or when you update Windows, those codes get rejumbled again. And so it doesn't know how to associate them. It could go based on the public-facing name, but that's not guaranteed. It could go based on the hardware identifier, like the internal name, but that's not guaranteed. And worse, if you have multiple devices of the same name, they might have identical identifiers, so now it doesn't know which of the 5 different microphones that you've plugged in that all are the same brand, same model, which one's which. So it generates one for that USB port, for that device, for that session, essentially, for that time that you've installed Windows, so that it can at least somehow associate them together. And OBS could maybe try and guess, but we don't like the idea of guessing purely because if we're guessing, what if we guess incorrectly? We don't want to guess incorrectly. Because if we guess incorrectly, we send the wrong audio to your stream and you are unhappy with us. We're better off not sending the wrong thing and you manually choosing the right thing. So, Mac Interact Fix. So we're going to log... So we are going to log... modifiers, tech, native vkey, native... we can just call this modifiers. There's no native modifiers. Yes. Now, in OBS 27, OBS will try, if you select default in OBS, if you unplug your speakers or your microphone, it should correctly change to the new one. Yeah, there you go. Palakis has elaborated a little further. Yeah. It's the same issue with webcams, right? The webcam doesn't have a unique identifier. You can literally buy 3... You can literally buy 3 of these little guys, and they will all be uniquely identified the exact same way. You can't differentiate. Same goes with the Logitech C920. All of them are uniquely identical. Because there's no point in, you know, when building these to generate a unique identifier on the device. Because this is a cheap $20 stick of crap, right? And for most users, that they won't care, right? They just launch their video calling app, choose their webcam, and off to the races. Once you want to do something more complicated, that's where everything falls apart. So we don't have... We have standard modifiers. We have native modifiers. Use them there. If Linux. If Windows. Alright, we're going to go native modifiers. Native scan code. So now what I actually need to do here is, now that I have this key press source, I need something similar for panel. Luckily we have an on key press event. All we're going to do here Hansel minutes, yes. If you're talking about the interview from last year, it was a very good interview. Scott Hanselman is great at interviewing. Oh, that opened in a... That's not so... I know why that opened there. Yeah, July last year. I would say, if you haven't already, also listen to the interview by Gaming Careers. Creating OBS, the most popular streaming software. That's also a very good episode. And later this month, I want to say, the Crocs and Hot Pocket podcast might have Jim on as well. I don't know if there's a schedule documented somewhere. I want to say that there's one coming there as well. Yes, so what I need to do here is I need to pull up the same list of events that I had before from the Ceph docs. Because what we actually care about is these guys. So modifiers, you went 32. So event modifiers. Text, I guess, would be unmodified character? Maybe? Oh, it finished that album. Oh, okay. Cinematic soundscapes, good. This is where it gets interesting, right? Because I don't know. We're gonna skip text. I don't trust it. Then we're gonna get... So we've got modifiers. We're gonna get Windows key code. Which is an integer. Then we're going to get unmodified character. Which is a char 16, which is fine. Then we're going to get character. Oh, it's just dot, isn't it? Event dot modifiers. Event dot on modified character. Event dot Windows key code. Character. And we need native key code. Event dot native. So we should have character, we should have modifiers, we should have native key code, unmodified character, and Windows key code. So it should be 5 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, because key up. Down. What am I looking for here? Alright, let's build this and see what happens. I assume I have to close OBS on the Mac before I can do this. It would help, wouldn't it? Yep, let's close it. And we're going to open... Purple... This guy. Everyone's gone dead quiet. Are you guys okay? Or are you just listening to the podcast that was linked? That's fine by me. Oh, I didn't like that. Cannot pass. Standard string to veridict function. Expected type was char star. The second... What did I do? Oh, no! I see what I did. This is in browser source. Okay, lurking is good. I appreciate a lurker. Of standards arc. I need to be rude and do... X. I think that's the right way to do it. Find out. Oh no, still opened it anyway. I need to add an early termination thing to that script. Working is important, yes. It is how we accumulate the monies. Okay, that's successfully built. Hey! I sort of know what I'm doing. And now we wait. The longest part of building on macOS is not the actual building. It is the symlinking, the copying dependencies. So when we actually have full Xcode compatibility where you can just run it within Xcode, it's going to be so nice. It's the same reason I hate debugging on both macOS and Linux, because on Linux you don't have any form of Visual Studio, which is a nice debugger where you can step through what you're doing. I have considered trying to set up VS Code to do that. Yes, this is an M1 Mac Mini. The build time is fine. It's all the copying and pasting and fixing dependencies that takes forever. The build was done in 2 seconds. Yeah. It's a side effect of macOS, so OBS Classic was Windows only. Yeah, I can understand that. Where was I going with this? OBS Classic was Windows only. When OBS Studio was built, it was built macOS first. And because it was built macOS first, Okay. Q, W. Let me quickly paste this before I forget. That's so this is Q, W, E, R, E, Y. Oh yeah, no, I hate macOS as a user. Absolutely despise it. My Windows machine has 3 monitors, a powerful GPU, and that's what I'm using. Okay, so the other thing we're going to do here is we're going to interact with this. We're going to do the exact same. I'm going to... What's something that gets logged? Creating a scene. Cool. I just needed a separator. Q, W, E, R, E. Yeah. I much prefer my computer in terms of actual usage. Q, W. Why would I need to autocorrect the letter W to a capital W? Thanks, Mac. W, E, E, R, R, T, T. No. I'm literally fighting a text editor at the moment. Why? Why would I have to do that? Okay, so we can confirm these are Q, W, E, R, T, Y. We can confirm these are key presses down and up. And we have the codes 0, 12, 0, and 1 in a browser panel. In here, we... so 0 is the modifiers. We don't care. That's fine. So our numbers to work with here are 12 and 1. 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 17, and 16. So 12 is Q, 13 is W, E is 14, R is 15, 17 is T, and 16 is 1. In a panel, we have 81, 12. Okay, so here's the good news. 15, 17, 16. So the third value that we get in a panel matches our third value in here. That's good. Nothing else matches, though. macOS builds, save as. So here's what we're working with. Here's what we're working with. It can't even do new lines correctly. macOS is such a piece of crap. If I remember correctly, there's a way to format this and turn it into plain text. Oh, it did the same thing anyway. In plain text. Let's just fire all the Apple engineers. They can go play on Linux. I should not have. I really should not have to do this. Just text. I should have just done it in VS Code and then uploaded that. I use them interchangeably. So we know third parameter on both matches. So what we need... Modifiers is fine to native V key is what native key code on macOS. Native V key. If yeah, Americans like to butcher the English language. That's up to them. We call it American English and move on with our lives. Alright. Let's see what happens. See, most of this is copying stuff. And validating and verifying. I've been live for 3.5 hours now. That's not too bad. If we make progress on this today, I'll PR it as is. And I'll get Scratch's opinion on it. It's just a waiting game. Helps if you don't typo your password. All this tells me is I'm gonna have to I'm either gonna have to translate these third parameters into these other ones or something else, and it's gonna suck. Okay, the actual keys work now. So Q, W, E, R, T, Y. Shift left. Shift left and shift right are treated the same. Shift left. Yep, they're okay. Control right. Control left does not work. Yeah. None of the modifiers or... Well, shift works. Caps lock doesn't. But then the question becomes... Because essentially we have two code paths, right? We have... I am going to have to end here soon. If it contains text, we're using this. But technically, I don't think I need this code here. Anyway. If I want it to work correctly. Because this at least fixes pressing keyboard letters. That's a start. Anything extra, we're going to have to do here. Because there's something funky with modifiers, which is going to be our next task. What we're going to do is we're going to rebuild. I'm not going to torture myself with this again. We're instead going to open this guy right here. Actually, we can... So we're going to do Shift, Control... No. I'm going to go one further. We're going to go Escape, Tab, Caps Lock, Shift, Control, Windows key, which is technically Alt. And then Alt, which is Meta. That's how they translate. Not my fault. Cool. Ask me to copy. Cool. So view current log. In order, we're going to press. We're going to quickly switch scenes to. I can just hit clear, can't I? Okay. Escape. Tab. Caps lock. Caps lock does not have an event. Shift, Control, Alt, This is Escape, Tab, Shift, Control. Windows key. And this is Alt. Cool. Then we do the same for the browser source. Escape. Does not do anything. Tab. Shift. Control, Windows key, Alt. Hi Dylan, I'm just working on improving keyboard handling in the macOS Interact window. Because right now, if you press tab, it thinks you're pressing S. If you press Control, it thinks you're pressing undefined. All of these are marked as key S. Even though I'm pressing Control, Alt, Windows key, Tab. Control, Tab, Alt, Control. However, I did fix... Oh, okay, no I didn't fix. Okay, I got it backwards, guys. The event key is correct for the individual letters, but I broke it. So... I thought so, Basically, if text is not empty and not key up, we still want this guy here. Right. So, yes. You know what, let's just save this and do it in Windows. Dylan, if you want, I am currently in my Discord. Totally up to you, no pressure. Mic only. Haha. Alright, I should be back. It was flawless. So now you can hear me. So these codes are going to be a nightmare. That's what I'm seeing. Flawless lip reading. Wish I could do that. Meanwhile, it's only 5 PM here. This is the time I would normally finish work. Yes? Would you like to write those unit tests? Because I hate writing tests. And my task at the moment that I've given myself is just to fix the damn issue. That is my perspective on this at the moment. Because my eyes need a break, I'm zooming this in. The other aspect of this is that the browser source and the browser panel, well, the browser source specifically, is so edge case behavior and so specialized that no one's going to bother writing test cases for any of it. I'm just putting that out there. Core app functionality, sure. No one considers this to be core app functionality, and no one likes having to touch Ceph. No one really likes touching Qt either. But that's the world we live in, so... my cat has now gotten up. Yeah, see? Dylan gets it. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, potentially, and it will be more of the same. And I'll just change the stream title to more X. It'll probably be same time too, just after lunch. Does that work for me today? All I'm doing here is just making it easier to read and differentiate between all these different numbers. Especially with the weird... My cat just made the weirdest noise. Be right back. Alright. I'm finished lining these up. I'm gonna do a quick glance to go, does this make sense? And then I'm probably gonna end it. I need water and I need break. Alright, so here's what we're looking at. Gibberish. None of the key codes match up. That's what I'm saying. 53, 48, 56, 59, 58, 55. So these line up, which I think is how they were lining up before, right? Let's make black eyes, we're not going to be looking at it anymore. So in our previous test, third column always lined up. So yes, we do want to be sending that. Regardless of whether it's a key whether it's a letter or whether it's a modifier. The other challenge is that for the non-keys, we currently do nothing. Because we get 0 something, which I'm guessing this is like the raw thing. If we can somehow figure out how to convert this guy, that's not what I pasted. I pasted ESC and it gave me question mark. Oh, I love this song. So these line up, so we definitely want the let's give these headings, shall we? So for the source, we have Windows. Modifiers is native modifiers. So native modifiers, then native vehicle. Then native modifiers again. So we have duplicate data here, which is throwing off my result. Native scan code. And then for panels, mod win key native key unmod So in the case of modifiers, we have a Windows key of 27. What else, in terms of the source, do we get? What else does an OBS key then? I'm just gonna have to do this on Windows. Is that gonna be faster? Oh, that's not what I meant to click. The numpad is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. 3, 2. Still dangerous. I'm not seeing much more I can work with here. And this is why I don't like the OBS key translation layer. Because we have modifiers, we have text. We have native... So hang on. We have natmod twice. Natmod. I don't have actual modifiers here. The question here is, if I change this guy... Too many windows. I'd be curious what this first parameter becomes, and if I check... Modifiers uint32, native modifiers uint32. Native VP. I'd be curious what those two give me. Because that's where I'm missing data at the moment. I don't have these 0, 2, 4, 8. Because everything else I can work with, right? The native V key is the same. Because I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fields, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I should be able to map them to some extent. So as long as I have... All we know is that these native modifiers currently do not make sense if compared with that. The other thing I will quickly check, and I'll do a test of like one key, right? But we know that modifiers, we know that these are uint32, so let's just change all of these to zoom. Because it's only the source that we're currently stuck on. This was a good idea, logging from both. OBS. Excellent. Final build, final run, and once we're happy, we will close it. It will be job done for the day. We will have documented what's different. For those that were curious earlier, D is for decimal, base 10, E for exponential floating point, F for floating point, I for integer, O for octal, S for string, U for unsigned decimal, X for number in hex. Found a cheat sheet that I will have to use going forward. So, in terms of mod, we are hoping for... We're hoping for... Let's say 2 for shift and 4 for control. Key up only has it. Yeah. So we should be getting... what, 2? Oh. If doesn't actually... Okay, the log viewer broke. I broke the log viewer. Alright. Shift is 2, Control is 4, Windows key is 8, and Alt is 128. 0, 2, 4, 8, 128. Okay, so we'll give us 0. Okay, so we need to map. This will be our final task. This will become mod. There. Up. Going up. If this 2. Roll is 4. Cool. So we just need to pass mod correctly. So we don't want to pass native mod. We just pass mod to mod.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
How you doing?
Good. I think I have made progress today, which is what I like.
Progress is always good. Always good.
Yes.
I am exhausted.
I heard. Good exhausted or bad exhausted?
Good enough.
Yeah? Okay.
I'm tired to a point where it's like but we've given the time, I was like, I'm tempted to have like a coffee to just be like to pick me up for the rest, but then I was probably not gonna sleep well. Plus I've already had 6 today.
Aha.
Then I'm
So,
also just like, if I have tea or if I have Milo like I have now, it's probably just gonna speed up my my wanting to go to sleep.
yeah.
And that was the point I gave up and decided, hey, if I join here, I'll be forced to stay up a bit longer.
If Linux, if... and then... Oh, I'm gonna do if Apple, then E...
So is the report only on Mac OS at this time?
So we fixed Linux in like 26.1. Windows is fine. At this stage, it's just Mac OS that's
As it usually is.
Yeah. And part of it was because the changes made for Linux completely rewrote this function, so it wasn't worth trying to mix the two in the same way where panels, browser panels needed, you know, one needs to be done, then the other one needs to be adapted. E.modifiers. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do this, and as a hack, E.modifiers will be event modifiers instead of native modifiers.
I'm so sorry that you have to deal with Ceph though.
You know, in this particular aspect, it's less Ceph being the problem and more the OBS key translator. Because basically, Qt receives the OS event, our code translates it to an OBS key, and then we pass that to Ceph.
Mm-hmm.
And the OBS key thing, I think, actually strips out one of the bits that would be useful to us. Or at least it feels like it does. I don't know if it does for sure. But theoretically, I've just fixed both keyboard events, just like letters, and then modifiers. Theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
Do I just... Let's just do it this way. Rather than doing it hack.
I forgot I share I forgot that I have family sharing with a friend of mine on Steam. And so I often keep being surprised of like, when did I get this game on Steam? It's like,
Wait, what?
and it's just like, oh no, they got that game just recently. Okay, that's where it's from.
I just noticed that I do an ifdef up here, Apple, and I set the native key code to the scan code, and then later here I change it to a V key. I think the V key is more correct, but I will have to check later.
Wah, wah.
Step 1 is, does it work, right? Alright. Moment of truth. If this works, I will be happy. And while that's building, I'm going to quickly connect to the NUC and actually look at my diff. Yeah, native V key ended up being more correct. So I can safely delete the line earlier, because it's wrong. So that's nice. Good to know. So are you working on any OBS things in general, other than the accessibility stuff? Anything you're willing to talk about?
Like, I have a list of things I'm going to be doing, like immediately as soon as this broadcast event is done. Even I should say,
yeah,
as soon as this week's worth of stuff is done.
That's fair.
So like, tomorrow is the second broadcast of the week, and then I might have to do some bug fixes before next week, but that's all I'm doing at this point is bug fixes. In between that, it's back to OBS stuff, and yeah, mostly accessibility stuff.
Yeah.
But there are a few other things that I'm going to be doing just in preparation for scene collection packages. I'm going to, as an early step, make it so scene collection files can support relative paths. I'm going to make the missing files stuff be able to do tree traversal.
Yep.
And then I'm going to look into making actual proper scene collection packages which zip up assets. Okay, but that's alongside also doing accessibility stuff.
Right, yes. So I fixed tab and escape.
Good.
Along with all the standard things. I did not
finally
fix.
learned how to do accessible tabs in HTML. That's a pain
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because you have to use JavaScript
Yep. It
to
sucks.
to add in keyboard functionality to make it behave like tabs, along with all of the ARIA hints that you need to make it actually report to a screen reader as being tabs.
There's a reason people just skip the whole web accessibility thing. So I got Tab and Escape working, not Shift, Control, Windows key, or Alt. None of those do anything. But I am so much closer to what this should be. Arrow down. Oh yeah. Everything except the modifier keys work. So I'm happy with where that is. So much better. I'm probably just going to quickly end here. I'll be right back. So thanks for watching. I will most likely be streaming tomorrow because this was fun and I've made a fair bit of progress today. I'd like to keep that streak going. That does mean I can safely remove this piece of code here. And I will probably have to clean up some of this up here as well. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!
Bye!